paths to be able to create teams like that. Okay, I see a way to actually close the team and have like a fresh start UI, where from there I should be able to go ahead and create a new team and then start the wizard to be able to set up the whole team and the director. But when it first loads, that's fine. I don't have a way to close out the team. I can pause it, stop it, idle it, but I can't exit it. Hey, yeah, I actually got quite a bit this time. Since yesterday. It grew in popularity. So this is the design I'm working on. It's I'm trying to build it where you can set up teams. Um, right now, you can choose the layout of how you want your terminal style, right? You can create new agents, and it should pop in over here. And then you're going to have a director. This is how each agent is going to communicate. So you have a director that manages your team, and then he'll be able to send out what he needs to each one, depending on what they are. And each one can have their own role. Right now, the issue I'm having, if I exit it or close one, it doesn't remove it from the nodes. It still exists, but not in here, right? So the ID is existing. The other thing, I got like a stop all. That should stop any action. Close it or pause it. And the other thing is just to activate all the pop. If you click new team, I have a little wisdom here for you guys. Oh, hang on here. Let me fix that. Is this better? I don't know why it's so low. Shouldn't be. Give me a minute here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to adjust this at. Ah, here we go. I found it. Okay, how's this? Actually, let me go a little bit more here. Do about 4. Okay, that should do it. Let me know how that's working. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's I did quite a bit. All right, so you come in here, you select if you want to go solo mode for single AI or team mode, hit next. You select your project folder that's gonna be working out of. So right now it's this folder. Um, and then from there you name your team. So this could be dev team, right? Dev team 1, whatever. And you can select the shells that you want to spawn them in with. So let's just say codex. I want to do 3. You can do 5. And I don't know. I think I'm going to change this to 2, 4, 8, 12, instead of 3, 5. But just to keep it the layout a little better. And this is a brief summary of what you're going to launch. See, and that's the other thing. There's no goals right now. You could actually give it a goal, but I don't have no goals right now. I'm going to launch these, and it should create the 3 nodes here. This is my topology, and it crashed. Of course it did. Oh no, he killed it. Never mind, he killed it. How's it going, Boren? Yeah, just working on my my little agentic development environment here. That's awesome. Yeah, see, it's another issue. It spawns in with the wrong setting here. This is the team that should spawn it. And it's showing 5 here, although I only have 3. What is all this crap? Okay, so I sent you 3 screenshots. First one is after I created a team. It's spawning in the topology there. You can see the nodes, but it doesn't match how many agents I actually have. Go through each one. One I actually closed the team. It did that. It kept 3 shells, and I still have the topology of 5 agents running, although there's only 3 terminals. Yeah, it's just go through all the screenshots. There's some issues happening. When I close out a team, it's got to end all their sessions and it has to close out the terminals. And it has to update the topology with it. Yeah, sure. When you do launch your app, I want to check it out. If you let me, I'll review it on here. That way other people can see it. It's exciting to see people developing. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Whoops. It just crashes it. Okay, that's fun. How you doing, Vivaska? What you making? What kind of app? Yes, I am. I don't quit. When you say you don't use agents, you don't use AI at all, and AI is an agent. Um, Vivaska, so I vibe code. So that's really a tricky question. Would I say I built it all by myself? No, I didn't write every line of code. I used AI to facilitate most of that. I just give it directions on where my vision is, what I want, and how I want it built, and it goes and does it for me. Yeah, so B2B apps are a lot of people don't realize that. You never want to chase a trend, or if there's like a 20 to 50 clones out there, you don't want to do that. You want to stick to the boring, like it's not fun to design type app, or the niches, and you want to build something that you already pretty much have a client for. That's the whole idea, and you want to do it in a way that you can focus all your attention to and make sure it's working 100% all the way through for any future clients. Oh, okay. No, that works. And that's a good way to code. You actually you're you're not letting the AI do your architecture. You're only letting it to write what you tell it to write, and that's a good way to do it. You never want AI to design your architecture. If you do that, things are going to go bad. So Vivaska, the reason why I'm creating the Platform Forge is because I have, bring this over here. This is my website um, that I developed. This is my SaaS. This is my business to client B2C, and what this is a CRM for industry types like plumbers, HVAC, electrical, uh, roofing, or whatever. Right? You could actually there's all sorts of industries you can choose from. Um, well, actually, all of this was vibe coded. It's a fully featured CRM. You can actually come here and try the demo, and it does everything for the back office scheduling. It handles your techs that are out in the field. They even have their own app that they can log into. You can work with your customers. You can see your entire billing system is right here, and it's got a bunch of integrations. So I'm building this to help facilitate, manage that, and make it stronger. That's what started it. So a couple things happened in this screenshot. One, after I hit stop all, I can't close out the terminals or the team session. Second thing is when I drop down the layout and choose how I want my terminals laid out, the inside terminal gets all scrambled looking and it looks all funky and weird. And when I first open up the app, for me, for testing, I need a clean slate as if it's a brand new user coming in for the first time instead of bringing up my cached version of it. So I need a way to be able to reset it. And that way, when I reopen it, it's a brand new version or a brand new interface as if I'm a new user and I haven't set any of the UI elements yet or how I want it. What's up, Lego? How you doing? So I'm at version 0.5 right now, and I've got quite a bit of work done yesterday. But I'm hoping next couple days. You can use VS Code with a bunch of Cloud Code. I have built-in optimization inside of mine that you can't get in VS Code. Um, I have I do a lot of token saving enhancements. There's also tools that I use that VS Code. I would have to build it in VS Code, and it's a standalone app. Technically, it's my own version of my own VS Code. It's got a code editor. It has a file browser. Um, you haven't seen all the features yet, but there's a reason why I'm separating it from VS Code. No, I can see the code if I want to. I can definitely see the code. I mean, I guess the version one, yeah. So I'm using Rust and TypeScript. I'll pull it up here in a second. It's building right now. Well, here, this will lock them up if I do, but this is where I'm at right now. You can choose the layout you want for your guys here, and it'll try sorting it out based on how many you actually have. But this is my topology, which all these terminals are going to be talking to the director here, and you should be able to pull up the director. Are you? I'll have to fix that. It's a view. It's built in, but there's no wiring to it to the navbar. But so you have your browser. You also have your if there's any activity. Um, you have your my ops board. These are things that Visual Code don't provide you, right? You have your editor with your file system here, and in fact, let me bring them together like this. That side. Yeah, you see how I can move things around. You could actually lay it out however you want. So here's my code editor. This is my TypeScript. Um, and this should be colored like that. It's for some reason it's not. I had that working yesterday. Well, that's another bug for in a minute. I'm trying to work on the team for a minute. So it's getting a lot cleaner. This is my 4th day. I've been working on it. Thank you. Yeah, so for the back end, it's Rust. Most of the modules and components are Rust. A lot of the custom controls that I have, or a lot of the custom algorithms, are inside of Rust because it's binary based. The UI is TypeScript. Yeah, and that's good. Having full control over what you're building is 100% the way to do it. And I'm hoping to get to version one by the at least before the end of this week for you guys, so I can release it. And of course, I'm going to keep building on it. If there's enough popularity to it, and you guys still want more features or cleaner, slick UI, I can definitely work on that. This binary based versus the bytecode based. I'm not understanding what you mean by that. So binary is what I mean by that. It gets compiled into like an exe, right? And that's the binary version of my code. It's it's uh, it's all the major programs, like all the libs and stuff. They're all locked in. You can't open it. You can't edit it. You can't see it. Proprietary things are in there. That's what I mean by it's binary. And plus, I'm going to have this where you can use it on Mac or Linux. Yeah, every program in the world gets eventually compiled into a binary 0101. That's how your computer reads code. That's how your computer can work it. It's just a bunch of boolean switches on off. That's it. All right, so I'm going to close one. It did not update this. Dang it. The other thing, I want to stop all, confirm, close that. That's it. Okay. So the first screenshot here I'm showing you, I went ahead and I loaded it and it had 5 terminals. I closed one terminal and you can see in the topology, it still shows that I have 5. That's an issue. Whenever I close a terminal, it needs to remove that linked topology to the director. It no longer exists. The second screenshot I'm showing you here, I went ahead and closed the entire team, but yet my team is still showing in the interface. It's still docked. It should have went ahead and cleaned it all for a clean slate. Yeah, it's always good to test your code as well, as much as you can. Yeah, I mean it's there's an interpreter, of course, behind it, but yeah, it eventually gets down to machine code. So for the sub agents, the question of that, um, the way I have it is I'm going to have a manager or director that's going to be managing all the terminals. So if I give it a project scope, it's able to analyze that scope, break it down, and it'll send pieces to each agent that's in the terminal. depending on the role. And how I do that is behind the scenes. I have it where each terminal, each agent can talk to the other. They're all linked together. It's like their personal conference group, and the director can read all that like he's there watching it all, and he gets his feedback from that list of the communication between them, and they can say, you know, when they're done with their project, what they've done, and that gets sent to the director. The director can analyze that, summarize it, and see what's left that needs to be done, and redirect those agents to either continue or to do something else. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll click the calls on the side thing. So, so here, what do you want me to click on? Right here, calls. Yep, it'll show all the calls, all the recordings. It does a transcript. You could actually open each one. You could play each one. You could, yeah, there's a transcript. Here's the tools that were used for the agent. The agent has their own tools to be able to manage this entire SaaS for you. So the service that I'm using for the AI, there's an API that I can capture this data and bring it in. So it'll totally tell me how many minutes I've used, how many total calls, how many of them are hot leads, how many of them are booked. It gives you full data. You could actually store it. You can filter it. How many were wrong numbers, spam? Like, you know, I could click on spam. I can see which ones are crappy. Um, you know, it's all. I vibe coded this 13 days ago is when I started this whole project for this. No, no, not Quora. No, they're the open phone or whatever they used to be. Correct, Baveska. That's exactly. And so on top of that, each one of those terminals can spawn their own sub agents inside the terminal if they choose to. But you have to do it carefully because um, it will start eating the cost of your token usage or your subscription usage. So the way I'm designing it is I want to keep everything on the surface level instead of behind the scenes. And that way I can calculate the actual token usage. And I'm able to interject all the messages coming in, coming out, and any tool usage they use, and also if they're reading codes, it's a grep that they use, tool calls. All this is getting cached before it gets sent to the actual LLM. So it goes from terminal to the CLI, and from the CLI to there's the HTTP request that gets sent out to communicate with the LLM on their servers, like for example Anthropic. So I interject in between those to strip out unnecessary crap, and that way, by the time it gets to the LLM in the cloud, they only get a portion and only the relevant stuff without me being charged for most of that token usage. So that's another great thing about my tool is you'll save between 40 to 99% token usage just by running it. I don't want to explain how it's done because that's one of my trade secrets, but yes. Have I tested what my token usage? Oh yeah, I tested it. I used it. In fact, it's built into my Claude here as well. So yeah, so here I'll give you an example. Right now, you can barely see it, but if you're at the top, it's my token header bar. So it says token saving 0. So I want you to go ahead and pull up the first cards you see in the ops board, and just analyze it. Give me a full summary of what it is. So it'll start going, and you'll see the token savings here in just a second. And it'll tell me how many tokens I have, how much is the cost, and if you hover over it, it'll actually break it down for you. And right now I'm at 7% savings, 14%. Now it dropped down to 10. Oh, I'm sorry, 64% savings right here. That's what I'm looking for. And this will give you a baseline of all the different savings that I'm doing. So a total of 73% off of just that column, right? So originally it would have cost me an average of 50 cents, 52 cents, and the actual cost was around 14 cents, right? It just depends on what it's doing, if it's doing any grepping, code-based searching, and each one of those has its own block and window of context. I haven't personally tried it. I looked at it. I have not tested it end to end on Macs. No, that's something I'm working on. There is some UI bugs, and there is some issues with the teams. I'm getting all that worked out before I do any end-to-end test. So version one, when they get to version one, that means I've tested it all end to end, and every function and feature in it. And here you can actually choose what AI you want to use. You bring your own AI. You could use Codex, Claude, Gemini, OpenCode, Cursor, and I'm going to have a bunch more in here. And you can choose its role, right? And you can see if it's working or if it's available. Like these terminals are live. So I need to let's close all these out. Okay, so what it should do, new team, you can select solo, you can select solo or team mode, and then you choose your project folder. My dev team, we're going to use Claude, actually I'm doing Codex this time. Develop code, that's your project mission. And I can spawn 8. So here you can see my director. It's doing a communication right now. It actually sees every single one of these. This is what this is showing here. And I can see all 8 of them. And each one of these is tied to their node here. So this is the auditor. This one is a coder. So the auditors are purple, and then you got the project manager, and then the yellow is the researcher, right? You can move these around. So for, and you can close that. I just want you to communicate with your team, and I want them to report back to you, make sure that they understand that you are just testing this product. So you can see he reported to team 1 here, or the first terminal here. Let's see if it works. That's the director. And it didn't go. So yeah, that's the problem. It didn't hit enter. Okay, so and you can see it's actually communicating right now. They're talking to each other. So some parts are working, some aren't. I'm still working on it. We'll get it going. There it goes. Okay, so yeah, it's that part's working, but it's not hitting enter. So this is the director. It's broadcasting to each one of these, but it's not doing anything. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, it's buggy, but you know, like I said, I'm at version 0.5 right now. When I when it gets to version one, all this most of it should be working at least. So, and you can see it work. You can do it with a team of one, team of two. It doesn't matter how big your team is, and you can create more teams if you don't even want that one. You just create a whole other team. This next one I want solo. You know, you can even work on multiple projects at once if you want. Um, let's go ahead and launch that, and that failed too. I don't like how slow that is. Too many API calls happening at once. Yeah, that's definitely a memory leak right there. Oh gosh, come on, close it. This is bad. No. Wow. Yeah, that was awful. Let's look at task manager here. That was definitely a memory leak somewhere that I'm gonna have to clean up. All right. Okay, still having some issues right now. When after I created a team, it was I was talking to the director and it sent it out to the project manager, but it didn't. It sent a text to it, but it didn't hit enter or it didn't execute it. And I was waiting, so I went ahead and hit enter myself. I was waiting, and it was able to send the director was able to send a broadcast out to the rest of the terminals, but again, every single one of them it couldn't execute it. The other thing is, while that was running, I wanted to open up a new team at the same time, and all of a sudden, the entire program hogged a lot of my system resources. So I'm thinking there is a memory leak somewhere that this needs to be audited, and I need a full code review, and I need a good QA on what's already been done. So if we can find that memory leak, and we need to close it. So the biggest cause of memory leaks, what happens is there'll be a temporary memory that goes in that it's needing like a block of memory. Let's just say 100 megabytes or whatever, and it's using that as a process. And then the task itself in the app is done, but that block was never released. It just stays there. If you don't close that out, that's what a memory leak is. So when you call another function, that'll open up another block and so on and so forth. And that's what builds up your RAM. So that's the biggest cause of memory leaks. You have to be able to close out those sessions and release that RAM. You got to free up that RAM when you're done with it. Hey Lego, when I have time today, I'll definitely get on and try your app. I just couldn't find time yesterday. I apologize. Yeah, NAN is actually really cool. You can automate a lot of stuff with NAN. Yeah, so the first thing that your code ever reaches is the prompt, the rules, whether it's agent.md or claw.md. So that's the first thing that you want to be clear on, especially when you want it to automate anything or do anything. You have to develop that part of it first, then after that it uses its native tools before it'll use any third-party tools like MCPs or anything. So you have to set rules on which tools to use, and then from there, it's all about your prompt and how the flow goes after that. From my experience, at least, that's what I'm finding out. I'll be right back. How's it going, Lucky? Thanks for coming back. Wait a minute here. I'm doing some work stuff. All right. Oh, that sucks. That's about what I get. I get about between 3 to 6 hours a day of sleep. That's about it. All right. Let's see what this is. This a clean look? New bug. Yeah, when it opened up, there was two terminals in there and a team. And I went ahead and closed out the two terminals, which is fine. And then I try to exit the team tab up top, and I get this error. No, it's not a big secret. I actually don't. I build my own. I don't download any. All my plugins are mine. I'm 6'4", lucky. I'm a little short guy. I can't tell you how much that is in meters or anything, but 6 foot 4 inches. Yeah. Reaching on top of the refrigerator, I guess. Now it's actually if I could be a normal size or shorter, I would. That'd be awesome. I know a lot of guys they want to be tall, but there's no advantage to it. I'll be honest with you. Intimidation factor, I guess. Um, but other than that, when I'm for a good example, I love. I'm a mechanic because my dad's been a mechanic all his life, so I know how to work on cars. So I work on my own. I have trouble getting into things. I have huge arms, huge hands, huge body. So getting underneath the car or getting in the engine compartment or reaching behind this real hard to reach spot in the motor, things like that is a hindrance for me. I don't like it. Yeah, but I'm just a big teddy bear. Now, in my region, I would say 5'10", 5'11" is probably the average. So, I definitely tower over most people. You know what's fun though? When you actually do find someone taller than you at my size, and you have to look up at them. That is a feeling because it's rare. Met this guy who was almost 7 foot, close to 7 foot, and man, that boy towered. All right, so I'm waiting for these builds to get done. I'll play with that some more. What's funny was because I have this locked down to the U.S. Or Canada only, and you guys want to check it out so bad, so I went ahead and opened up the that tunnel for you guys, so you guys can check out the website. And I only did it for about an hour, but that brief hour, I had two China bots come in, create accounts, and I had someone from Ireland try to come in and create an account just in that brief hour. And then I had a bunch of hits on the website after that from different places. So I locked it back down. I don't know what you mean by that. This MRR, I don't know what that means. Okay, let's create a new team. Let's do three. Okay, that was smoother. All right. So we look at the topology here. It's showing all three, which is good. I don't like this needs to push all this over. So let me mark that here. Anytime the director panel is open, it needs to be able, it needs to sit on its own dock on the right side. So when I shrink or expand it, it needs to move everything in the middle over a little bit. Otherwise, it overlaps it, as you can see in the screenshot. Okay, that's one. Let's see if this part works. Go ahead and send a message to your team to let them know that I'm just testing the broadcasting capabilities from the director to the team, and I want them to report back to you of what if it works or not. I want to be able to press enter in there, and I shouldn't have to hit that stupid thing. Okay, that didn't work. The second screenshot I showed you, I sent a command to the director to broadcast to his team. You can see the first left top terminal did get it, but it didn't execute it. It's just sitting there as if it's waiting for me to press enter. I can't wait to get rid of Whisper. So I have my own built-in speech to text here, and it works. It works really good. If I hold these testing one two testing, it loads the local LLM, so it's a little slow at first. Testing one two testing one two, and then after that it's really fast after it loads the first time you use it. So, all right, so I'm gonna hit enter here, and I'm gonna see the process. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Lucky, it is. There's nothing wrong with understanding what's going on under the hood. Um, so you have two caveats here. The whole vibe coding space is scaring the hell out of real developers, real coders out there, because they're afraid it's going to take their job or it's going to end up saturating the market when it comes to hiring developers. And so they're doing everything they can to push back. And they're going to call what we create slop, crap, junk. You don't know what you're doing. You need to look under the hood. You have to understand your code. Anything and everything. Some of it's true, most of it's not. Um, there's a lot of people who are starting to vibe code, so you really have to take what they say with a grain of salt. But I'm not saying you don't need to know what you're doing. You definitely do, and you just have to keep doing it until you gain more experience. That's how you get experience, by doing. If you don't do it, you never get the experience. So I always tell people you don't have to know anything about code. Just start vibe coding, because through time you will learn, you will develop those skills, you will understand what's going on under the hood and what each piece is doing. Um, if you're not sure, ask AI, have it direct you, explain it to you. There's nothing wrong with that. So vibe coding is going to be the future. It really is, and this we're in the wild west right now, and it's moving towards an era where you won't need high dollar paid developers in the future. It's unfortunate, but that's what's happening. So, all right. I think. Oh, one more test I want to do. We close the team here, and it shuts it down gracefully. But this is still open, and that's still open. All right, that's okay. So a few things. We're going to have a browser view here. There's going to be a review if it works. Of course, it's not. You have the activity here, which is your team's activity on their communication and what's happening. Of course, the topology, you guys seen that, your team. Your ops board, that's still there. You're going to have your editor, so you can edit files or look at your code. There's going to be a search, which I haven't, I think this is just redundant at this point of how many different things there are. There's your memory system of your AI actually utilizing and creating its own memory, and they all share the same memory. You got your skills, so you could actually drag and drop these in your terminals. Um, you could maneuver your docs any way you want them. So if I spawn an actual agent here, I could actually drop a skill right in. Um, let's see what else is there. You can look at your files of your project. You could create new projects, see what project you're on. And of course, that's also up here. You could add any existing folder. So those are the features that I have right now, and I'm trying to fine tune those. And up here is your token analyzer and how much it's actually saving. So in this session for Codex, I get an average around 40 to 60% savings. When it comes to Claude, I could get up to around 90 to 99% savings. And the difference is how their built-in mechanism works inside their CLI. And I have no control over that. I can't edit the CLI. So, but what I can do is intercept what comes in and what comes out. and that's what I do. So at best, I'm saving at least 40 to 60% of your guys' savings when it comes to codecs. So that's where we're at right now. Philly, I did. I'm sorry to hear that. You'll get better. Time heals. Time heals anything. Lucky, hang on. Let me see what you're saying here. So, Lucky, there is real risk when it comes to your site being hacked. In fact, here, let me show you guys. I'll link this to you guys. I was watching this today, and it's great advice. I really encourage people to listen to this. Let me pull it up here. I'll actually play it on here, and we'll go over it together. Um, this is it right here. This is from BGO. I was actually watching this today. I'll send this in chat here for you guys. So this is BGO. I really encourage you guys to watch this, but I'll play a little bit here. So he's talking about vibe coders and why apps fail. What's wrong with it? And he gives you 3 reasons why they fail.
Aggregated every vibe-coded app I could track over the last 13 months. Over 1,000 of them. And 97% are either dead, abandoned, breached, or making absolutely nothing. And here's the part that should genuinely bother you as a software engineer. These apps did not fail for 1,000 different reasons. They all failed for the same exact 3. So by the end of this video, I'm going to be handing you a score from 0 to 100 that will tell you which side of that 97% your idea currently lives on. And before anybody calls this an anti-AI video, I ship with these tools every single day. I run one of the first B2B AI consultancies down here in LA, and I have helped dozens of other software engineers ship multi-5 and 6-figure projects utilizing AI in my startup accelerator, Code to CEO. That's exactly how I know what's working and what's not. Without further ado, let's get straight into it. So in terms of the stakes, what we're dealing with, Replit Agent deleted over 1,200 records in production, hundreds of lovable apps shipped with authentication holes, 45% of AI-generated code fails OWASP top 10, and vibe coding has 1.7 more critical bugs than human written code. But
so it's a lot of truth to what he's saying here. The 97% that he analyzed that's out there, most of it is because when you vibe code anything, you're pretty much just making a prototype that hasn't really been tested in the real world. You haven't had 1,000 users use it yet. You're just throwing something together and hoping that it'll stick, right? Throwing stuff at the wall. So
AI is not the problem, okay? How most people use AI.
And I keep saying that too. AI is not the problem. It really isn't. It's how the people use the AI and what they're saying. That's the part that's really given AI a bad name, and people who are vibe coding a bad name. There are some bad vibe coders out there, but it's really it's a skill, and you have to develop that skill. And there's no I'm sure there's a lot of tutorials out there on how to do it. There's YouTube videos on how to do it. For me, I'm self-taught. I just from personal experience and trial and error. That's how I learn, and I'm still learning today.
AI is the real problem. In terms of the sample that all of this data is based on, there were over 1,000 vibe-coded apps tracked across X, Product Hunt, Indie Hackers, or /SaaS from February 2025 to March 2026, plus public failures from Wiz, Veracode, CodeRabbit, and Meteor. And failed here pretty much means dead, abandoned, breached, or stuck under $500 a month after 6 months. Every claim you're going to see is cross-checked against at least 2 sources. So if a single source got it wrong, it will not be included in the video. And you should be watching this if you're a software engineer and you've opened Cloud Code in the last 6 months. If you haven't, this video really is not for you.
So this is important here. Whenever you're thinking about your design, your app, whatever it is, you have to think about like, is this app in a saturated market? Is it, I mean, am I wasting my time developing something that I know is not gonna, just because company A, B, and C made millions on it, your company's Z at that point. Everyone else in between has already tried, and it just dilutes that price. So the first time you come up, the first time an app gets developed, that's where they make the big money, right? And every clone after that, that price of that value drops exponentially. And it gets to the point where there's so many different versions of it, where by the time you develop it, you're way down here, and the market's already so saturated, you're barely making any money if you are at all. So you have to really, when you develop something or when you're designing something or thinking about a project, it has to be in a niche market or something that's not so saturated.
So first and foremost, as I talked about, a little bit about the 0 to 100 score. If your score is going to be below 60, you need to scrap that idea, okay? If it's between 60 and 80, it's somewhat buildable, and if it's between 80 and 100, it's
So, and that's going to happen, right? I've developed a lot of things. I came up with a lot of ideas that I thought was good, but they're crap, right? It's going to happen. You just have to do your research and find out exactly what the market wants and what's needed. And if there's already a saturated product out there for it. So, I mean, if everyone has a Tinder app out there, right? What's the point of making another Tinder app if everyone else has had one? You could always build it better. You could always build it smoother or the newest generation, and you may be lucky and it may hit, but you're going to be spending more time and resources on trying to get it to where people will recognize it and see it. What you want to do is stick to the boring stuff, the stuff that a lot of people wouldn't think about developing, but there's a need for it. That's the trick.
pretty much defensible that you should go out and build it. Keep in mind, this is going to apply for just a straight up full-fledged SaaS, but also a service-based offer that you're going to do. Let me make one thing clear. The 97% is not because of bad luck, okay? The same 3 mistakes kept showing up in my analysis, regardless of who built it or from where. And the data's been sitting in public for over a year, but nobody actually reads this data. So this is why we have this video. And by the end of this entire presentation, so by slide 60, you're going to know exactly which bucket your idea sits in. And once you see this pattern, it's going to be very difficult for you to unsee it. So number 1, crowded ICP. For those of you who don't know, ICP stands for Ideal Customer Profile. Essentially, what ends up happening most of the time is people build for an audience that's already drowning in clones. It's the most common way that applications die or ideas die. It's also the most boring one. Simply put, engineers build for engineers. When that happens, everybody loses, okay?
How you doing?
You have you and every other vibe coder that's currently watching this video probably crowding the same exact part of the internet, making the same exact things, leaving businesses such as plumbers, dental clinics, and regional HVAC companies pretty much bare bones with nothing to them. 13 of the top 15 product hunt launches in 2025 were tagged AI. 67% of YC's 2025 batch was AI, and 42% of the SaaS failures that came from that, well, because there was no market need for it. It died because nobody.
That's exactly what I was just saying. The reason why a lot of good ideas or good apps that you think that are good and you develop it, there's no market for it, no need for it, and that's where the failure comes from. It doesn't mean you didn't develop a good app. It doesn't mean that your app sucks. It just means that there's no market for it. There's no need for it, and that's an important distinction when it comes to developing an app.
Wanted it. People just simply hopped on a trend. But understand that saturation by itself doesn't necessarily kill your app because there is no such thing as saturation. If you build a good solution for a painful enough problem, you will always have customers as long as you understand how to market it. And that is actually where we come into play. And that is actually what happens. Pricing kills your app. What determines what you can charge is very dependent on the market. So when you have a million clones doing the same exact thing, some free, some paid, you can't really charge too much. But when you have less than 5 or 10 clones, you are able to charge a consistent price that's
That's what I was telling you guys. You know, it's all about the premium. So you want to be up there when there's only a few clones of an app, right? That's where the big money's at. And after it starts to everyone starts to copy your idea, that starts to saturate, and they would have to underprice you, and then the next person underprices them, and it just keeps dropping down. And by the time you get to the point where you're developing in this area here, where you have there's already 50 plus clones or anything like that, and you're trying to match the price of the number one top company out there, you're never going to make it. You actually have to think about, is it worth developing it in this space, first of all, and second of all, are you at a price range that you can start getting your clients and customers? You really have to stay competitive in what the competitive market is.
quite high. Obviously, law of supply and demand. But understand that the plumber down the street doesn't have 50 clones. He has 0. Okay?
Dark. I have
So
not. I did not
most
check that out.
people
Here, I'm
end
gonna
up utilizing
check that
AI
out here in a
or any
minute.
type of vibe coded app to build email writers, note takers, coding tools,
After this, I'll check it out.
GPT, Claude wrappers, whatever the case, image generators, these type of things. But the actual money is in local HVAC routing software, dental clinic intake automations, regional manufacturing inventory, law firm document workflows. How do I know that? These are all things that we at AB Analytics, our consulting firm, have actually
And this is why I developed like my SaaS. It falls in the line of this market here, and it's not. It's a boring app for a lot of people. They look at it and they're like, "Oh, that's boring. It's cool, but it's boring." But there's a real need for it, especially when there's a lot of companies that are starting up from scratch, service type companies, and they don't have the tools or resources to get their company rolling. So there's a need for it. That's why I went ahead and built it. But there's a lot of stuff like this out there, right? Like AI coding tools. I'm building one right now, but it's not really needed or wanted because there's so many different ones out there. So it's really not a great market to be into. Where you want to focus on is areas like this.
done. And these are all multi-5, low six-figure projects. And this side over here, you have every single
Now, video
software
games
engineer on the internet.
is it depends on. So video games is a separate beast. Because inside of video games you have your genre of video games, your genre of the type of games, and there's niche markets inside of it, whether it's an RTS, FPS, real-time strategy, or like an auto clicker, or is it I don't know, like that Vampire Survivor game, right? He built the guy who created that, just because there's 1,000 or millions of different games out there. The guy who created Vampire Survivor, he created a brand new niche, and there's a bunch of clones after that, right? But he started it, and that can happen.
Building towards it. Thousands of competitors. On the right side over here, if you have competition, it's most likely going to come from a non-technical source, meaning you have the advantage. Okay? So just to give you a little bit of recap as to what we talked about. If you are competing in a saturated market, right, it's called the red ocean or the blue ocean. If you're in the red ocean, chances are your idea is going to be dead on arrival. The AI tool space in 2026 is what SEO was in 2014, extremely packed. Each new clone in your category
Well, think about this. Why not create a service AI driven that can help drive that creativity for people? It helps them come up. You can go in there and plug in your skills, your abilities, what you're good at, what you're not good at, and maybe it can generate a list of ideas. This is a service you can sell. That in itself is an idea.
is going to drag the price down for everybody. If you all remember, I believe it was Interview Coder, Roy Lee's, where you can cheat on an Amazon interview. Take a look at what happened to that particular software. Take a look at the revenue dip it experienced. Second it came out, people started cloning it because obviously it was easy to clone. There's a lot of free versions on GitHub that you can get, and thus it died. Now, Local, boring, and willing to pay, that's where pretty much nobody else is because obviously it's boring. If you can describe your ICP in one tweet, understand so can 10,000 other people. So whenever you see all these indie hackers posting stuff on Twitter, one tweet that describes your entire ICP probably means you have a lot more competition than you signed up for, okay?
Yep.
The boring stuff is where the money is hiding. Now, let's move on to failure mode number 2, the trust ceiling. A lot of these apps that we took a look at hold up fine in very low stakes domains. But the moment that real money or auth gets involved, they fall over. The day a real user shows up, that's when you find out. So the trust ceiling, if I were to describe it based on what I've seen, is as follows. Anything that has to do with enterprise data, author identity, legal, healthcare, any type of high value payments, anything of that sort, you can pretty much forget about vibe coding it. Now, you can maybe get away with a couple B2C software and stuff like internal dashboards, weekend tools, habit trackers, to-do lists, not too bad. But anything above the line without properly testing and the user breaking is going to have extremely significant consequences for you.
Yeah, and this is very important too. Anytime you're dealing with like my saas, for instance, it actually is. He calls it in the yellow line here. I would consider it a little bit above the red line, and the reason why is if a company entrusts their finances with me, their information, their data, all their customers, that customer base alone has a value to them. And it's very important for them. So they're using me as a database or my SaaS as a place to store all that information. And if that gets hacked or anything gets broken, lost, or damaged, it can hurt the reputation of their company. So there's that trust factor. And it's so important. Like I could build this app, but if I don't have no users in it that can prove that it works, it's going to be hard for me to sell. And I have to get over that point. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why my mic is low. Sorry about that. But anyways, yeah, that's this is a good indicator on where you should build at. Anything that has to do with payments, healthcare, legal, try to stay away from because there is, unless you're an expert in it, right?
Anything under the line, you'll survive. And understand that 45% of AI generated code fails OWASP top 10, okay? Nearly half of what came out of these tools ship with exploitable holes. Understand that. And there are 3 numbers that we have to take a look at to really understand how critical all of this is. Vibe coded stuff has 1.7 times more major issues than human written code. 2.74 times more security vulnerabilities introduced, and 75% more configurations across PRs reviewed. If we take a look at Lovable, 170 out of 1,645 apps built with it had critical auth flaws. You might think that's not a lot, but that's 10% of everything you're shipping out comes with literal security issues. Anybody had full access to it. The worst part about this is it's extremely quiet. Nobody understood it until weeks later, and some people began to notice. Now, take a look at Moltbook. Entire
I don't think that's a hit on Lovable, what he was saying here. Um, I think a lot of that had to do with the type of people Lovable brings in to develop the app. So their model is, come on in and you develop an app in 3 clicks, pretty much. And a lot of people developed apps with it, but they didn't do it in a way that they had security in mind, and a lot of it failed for them.
some people began to notice. Now, take a look at Moltbook. Entire database exposed via the public API key. It was built end through prompts, shipped to production with the API key still sitting in a front-end bundle. It stayed live for days, and the Wiz research team caught it before the founder did. So it was literally an AI social network meant for AI agents, but the team never built around the assumption that a human would poke at it and try to obviously take advantage of it. Another thing that I've seen based on everything that I took a look at was that people would come in, such as, look, my SaaS was built with Cloud Code, zero handwritten code, make a YouTube video about it, post it on Twitter, and then date number 3 would come, and then they would say, guys, I'm under attack. Their keys would hit the rate limit overnight, paywall got bypassed with dev tools, database filling with bot junk, and prompt injection garbage. Just because that individual did not write the code, they could not fix it either. And every single one of these issues was caught by the same test. The founder never ran it, okay? So just to kind
It's always important to test your own product. And if you can, so one of the things that I do when I'm vibe coding is I'm always having them do a penetration test on mine, and I also do full code reviews. And anytime there is any API involvement, I like to get my hands in that just so I can see where it's at, where it's being used, and that's something you guys will learn over time as well.
of understand this a little bit better. If it's low stakes, if you're gonna vibe code something, it's somewhat survivable. But if it's high stakes, it's gonna be a graveyard. There is a strict line, okay, when it comes to money, health, off, where vibe coded stops being good enough. If your app touches any of those, you need to verify the API yourself before you launch. Founders test the happy path. Attackers go straight for the one you didn't think of, okay? And understand a working demo doesn't mean a working product. Strangers will find what you missed. And keep in mind, the bug isn't really in the code that you're going to write, it's in the test that you never thought to write.
Exactly. That's
And last but not
there's
least,
so much truth in that. And I've seen people do like you could create something and you tested it end to end. Everything you did was working exactly as you intended. Then you give it in the hands of somebody and they do that one thing that you just didn't think about trying. And that's the part that breaks. That happens more often than not.
failure mode number 3, feature compounding. Vibe coding can get a product to version 1, but keeping it alive past version 1 is the part that nobody really talks about, okay? What we've seen based on the 2000 that we analyzed, based on the thousands of vibe coded apps we analyzed, was that every feature is pretty much alone. And the interest is bugs that you cannot find. So when you go from feature 1 to feature 50 to feature 200 to feature 2000, by the time you get to 2001, something in the first 2000 is broken and you have no map of where to look exactly. And you might think,
Yes. So one of the have you guys been keeping an update with the news, and all these new vulnerabilities are coming out and being discovered. Like there's a big one for Linux that hit every single Linux distributions out there. The other one is there's a bunch of Microsoft products that have a bunch of vulnerabilities in it that just got discovered. And there's all these new discoveries that are happening, and those new discoveries is happening because AI is finding them. They know what to do. They know where to look. Um, if you prompt your AI just right, you can have it find bugs that even today you wouldn't think about, or even um, actual real developers out there didn't think about. So you can prevent a lot of that in your prompts and harden your code if you vibe code it just right.
well, but wouldn't AI solve this problem? Well, that's what most devs thought. They thought if they were using AI, they would be 24% faster, but they were 19% slower because they had to deal with so much bug fixing. And understand, the biggest point about AI is its ability to produce an MVP like that. But a prototype, an MVP works only once. A product has to work a million times. So sure, you can demo beautifully on a founder's laptop, but the founder is going to be the only real users. Only the happy path is going to work. It's going to break the first time somebody hits an edge case. But a product has to survive 10,000 strangers without it falling over. It needs to have
Yeah, if you develop something, if you can send it, test it on multiple different types of computers, and or if you're doing any different OSs, test it on that, and always have people demo your product and get a good feel for it, and have them go through it and run it. And it's a good way to detect problems early on before you start getting real sales, because that's the worst thing that could hurt your business is word of mouth and bad reviews. And the moment people start finding bugs or breaking it, like your first or second or 10th user who purchased your product, um, they if they have a bad taste in their mouth after using your code or your product, um, that is going to reflect on any future sales. So you want to make sure they have a good experience.
test for the paths users aren't supposed to find. It can actually be debugged at 2 a.m. by a human, and it adds features without collapsing under its own weight. Most vibe-coded apps are prototypes that got mistaken for products. So let's
Strong,
go over the 3 killers again. We had a crowded
Someone out
ICP,
there is going to
we
find a
had the
way to
trust
break it,
ceiling, and we had
no matter
feature
how much testing
compounding.
you've done.
Okay? If you have
It's
nothing
never
to
going to be
defend,
perfect.
you're
It
gonna
doesn't
have
matter if
nothing
you
to
vibe code it
charge.
or if you
There's gonna
hand
come a
code it.
point where if you're gonna try to tackle on an idea, tackle on a problem, you need to understand the trust ceiling because real users are gonna break what you didn't test for. And of course, code you didn't write is gonna pile up faster than you can debug it. 97% of failed apps hit at least one of these. Most hit all three. So what did the 3% actually do differently? And guess what? Three traits also show up in nearly every single survivor. Okay? Number one, it's most often than not a very boring market with a very painful problem. Okay? So most people go painful and hot. That's where the graveyard is. But where we found most of the success in, our own projects included, was in a painful but boring space. Okay? Examples such as dental clinic automation, HVAC routing, freight dispatch. We had a Code2CO founder do the exact same thing, clinical automation. We had John, one of our top founders inside Code2CEO, right, do HVAC routing along a couple other things. He was charging $1,400 a month per shop to set up. And of course, freight dispatch. I have a video of this on my B2B channel where we built an actual AI receptionist alongside an entire workflow on how to handle freight dispatch for a freight brokerage company. And it was a six-figure deal over 6 months for a full engagement. All of these extremely boring. They're not fun. However, they get you paid, okay?
It
Trait
matters.
number two, the core of it was most often than not hand-coded. AI assisted in the edges.
So he's misleading here. When he says hand coded AI assistant, what he's saying is, and he'll explain this here in a minute, but um, even if it's 100% vibe coded, when you are talking to your AI and you work on one part of your code at a time, like the framework, this is the tech stack, this is the, you don't want to, you want to make sure that you're driving the AI for every step that your app is doing from beginning to end. You don't want to say, I want you to design the entire architect, I want you to design the whole UI and, just make it pretty and go. That's where you run into problems. So when you hand code, that's what he's talking about.
Okay? For some, this looked like a very, very thoughtful cloud.md file alongside a bunch of skill agents working together to create something. But nevertheless, the boilerplate of whatever was being made, if it wasn't hand-coded and it was done by AI, it was done so through a very thorough, specific, step-by-step prompt.
There you go.
Okay? You need to use AI for typing. Do not use it to make architectural decisions you cannot reverse. You can tell the AI what architectural decision to take, but it's still going to be up to you to finalize that decision, okay? 25% of YC Winter 25 shipped 95+% AI generated code. Then they had to hire engineers to rebuild the critical parts.
Yeah.
AI got them to market faster, but they still had to swap it out to actually survive. Trait number three, validation first, code second. Every single success that we saw in my current experience, plus along every other software engineer that I worked with, validation came first. Most people open up Cloud Code, build something that takes them about a day, launch it right on X on Monday, spend the next 6 weeks looking for users.
I see
Now,
that
what
all
the
the time.
actual top 3% did is they had 10 conversations with the actual buyer. They had conversations with actual buyers. They got commitment to pay. Most often than not, they got a small deposit and then they started building. They shipped to somebody who's already waiting to receive the actual product at hand. It's the same number of hours either way. The order is what changes the outcome, okay? Another thing, understand that building in public is pretty much bullshit for 95% of you. It will only work if you've already validated something. If you have not validated anything like we talked about here, do not follow this. You're simply just going to narrate the death of an app that nobody asked for. And if you want to argue with me on this, I'm going to defend my opinion in the comments. So go ahead and leave your actual thoughts on that. Understand.
That's what most people do. They develop the app first, then they go look for the market for it. What he's saying is true. You want to find the market first. You want to find the buyers first. And if you know there's going to be buyers for it, then you build the app. That's how you can stay ahead of the game. you really it's like putting your horse before your cart, or your cart before your horse. Yeah, that's it. You're putting your cart before your horse. Um, Comes in hand. So you really want to find your market, know exactly what's needed out there, have potential buyers ready for it the moment you're ready to launch. So yeah, you can spend a month, 2 months, 6 months building an app, but if there's no market for it, it just you're just gonna be sitting on it.
Understand, vibe coding is a typing assistant. It's not a strategy. The 3% understood this 12 months before everybody else. So what do you do with this information? Pick a boring market, vibe code the boilerplate, if anything, but understand vibe coding doesn't mean you just put one sentence in a prompt. You have to have stuff fully fleshed out. And then you need to validate before you build. Okay? Boring vertical, painful problem, you're gonna find people willing to pay. Understand that you most of the time have to do the core yourself and you have to understand it. And you need to find somebody who's going to say yes to it before even line one is written. Okay? If you do all three, you've already pulled yourself out of the 97%. Now, let's get to the vibe defensibility score, as I like to call it. Essentially, a score that you get from 0 to 100 to score before you actually ship something. There's going to be 4 pillars composed of 25 points each, adding to a single number that tells you whether you're going to ship it or shelve the idea that you have. And it's built from a 1,000 app data set. Use it before you open Cloud Code next time. The 4 pillars: ICP defensibility,
Marketing
trust
skill is a
architecture,
plus.
maintainability, and distribution mode. Okay? ICP defensibility: how many clones already exist in the market? If there's already over 50 clones, okay, and some of them are free, forget about it. If there's 5 to 20 clones, look for a niche within that particular category, okay?
So
Try to see if you can target.
and that's important too. So like for my example, I have my website, right? And there is already a market out there for it. But there's also developers out there who are developing in it for what I'm doing here. Not a whole lot though. It's still way up there in the pricing and what I could charge for mine. And of course, the more people develop it, the less price I would have to charge on it. But if you want, I could. So I'm hitting all these industries. So it's like an all-in-one tool for depending on what type of industry you're in, right? But if you want to just say, I want to work with just the plumbing companies, I want to develop my app just for the plumbing companies and only for the plumbing, and I want to make sure everything in there is involved with plumbing. And you're pretty much you're a plumber in your mind, and you understand what needs to happen and how they function. That's the niche he's talking about, and you have something that I don't have. You have something that all these competitors don't have. So that's what he's saying there.
A particular vertical. And if there's no clones or just very few, like 1 or 2, then
You
that is a
know,
very good thing that you can get into. Okay?
to be fair,
Pillar number 2, trust
it's
architecture.
easy to
What
keep up with
breaks
my
if it
chat. I've
breaks?
been in some
If it
streams where
handles
the chat
money,
flies by so
social
fast, I don't see
security,
how the
HIPAA compliant
streamers can read any
information,
of it.
anything of that sort,
So, and
you
I
do
love
not
engaging with
want
my
to vibe code it to too
listeners. So,
much. Okay? If it's some type of B2B SaaS that requires basic off and manual testing, then you can sort of vibe code it, but it's still gonna be about you maintaining everything properly. If it's pretty low stakes or it's already fully tested, then you can just go ahead and vibe code it. Maintainability, could you debug it at 2 a.m.? If it's 100% AI, you've never read it, you have no tests, you obviously can't. If it's mostly AI, you can review it and you understand some of the tests, then that's much better. If the core is hand coded, you understand the cases, that you understand the edge cases, and you've tested it before, that's the best. Now,
yeah, I agree with that. That is the best. However, you can have your AI pre-build those bug detections and a try catch in your code, and that way you're prepared, and your AI is prepared to catch certain errors that can and will happen. And when you do have an issue, your AI can look at those logs and understand where it broke and why it broke. Just because you prepared ahead of time, and when you develop your app, you want your AI to also build safeguards in there. And the other thing is you want graceful errors. And what that means is, it doesn't crash my app. It doesn't close it. It'll just give me an error with whatever tool I was using. It just says, hey, it's broken right now. Here's the error. Those are graceful errors, and you can capture those a lot easier without having your whole app just shut down and crash, because that's the worst experience anybody can have. Um, so yeah, I mean, you could have your AI do most of your testing, your debugging, and your fixes if properly done.
Distribution, okay? What's your distribution? If you have to rely on X or Product Hunt or prayers, that is not a good sign. You have to rely on SEO, content, or cold outreach. It's a little better, more controllable, but still not the best. If you have a local network, people immediately on network you can go to, a referral engine already set up or existing clients, that is going to be the best because you can already give it to somebody who's paid you before, okay? An owned audience is worth a lot more than any feature that you will ever ship. So if you scored between a 0 and 59, forget it. Do not ship it. If you scored between a 60 to a 79, you're going to have to do a little bit more due diligence, take a look at it a second time. It might be worth it to actually go ahead and create. And if it's between 80 and 100, you're actually good to ship it and go ahead and create it. Okay.
So that's the gist of it. If you guys want to finish his video, definitely I'm gonna subscribe to him, like his video. Definitely watch him. He's got good content. I like what he says. There's a lot of truth in it. See what happens when I create a team now. Right folder. Let's do three agents. Launch it. Yeah, this feels already better here. Yeah, that's much better. And this is your director. Um, your topology. So what happens if I get rid of one? It still does not clean that. So that's an issue I've been having with that. So we're still having the issue where I created a new team. I created it with three terminals, and after it loaded, everything looks good. But when I close one of those terminals, like maybe I only wanted two teams instead of three, and a topology, it still shows all three being connected. So we need to make sure we disconnect that team that's linked to that terminal in a topology list. Okay. Another issue that we had was the broadcasting. Go ahead and broadcast to your team. And I'm just doing a test run just to see if your broadcast is working and have them reply back to you. So it broadcasts, but it's not executing. That's another issue. And we're still not able to execute the broadcasted message to the terminals. It does broadcast it. It sends it to the terminals to the AI, but it's not executing it after. It needs me to manually go in there and hit enter for it. So that definitely needs to be fixed. Um, let's stop all, close. Not liking that. That should close to here. This is what I want, right? You could either spawn your own agents here, create as many as you want, or you can set up a team. Maybe I already had those in there. Maybe that's what the issue was. Let me test it here. Oops. That's funny. It's capturing each one here. Let's see what's described. Dropped. Doctor for details. Doctor for details. Doctor for details. Okay. Connected. So it's reading the terminal, which is good. Now try one more time. Send a broadcast to your team and let them run it. What I want is to see if what you send them can execute. I want them to reply back to you after. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna stop. Confirm. Exit. And then close the team. So that exit gracefully. This did not though. Okay. Well, that's running and building. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. Well, this was a clean open. I like that. That's what I was hoping for. Ah, this one didn't load properly. There we go. Huh, closed it. Okay. Broadcast to your team, and I just wanted to test to see if the broadcast is working. I want them to reply back to you when they're done. Is it because I'm, that's what it is. I think it's the preview. Or you know, it could be the dev he keeps launching. Let me check. No, no, it's definitely the preview, not the dev. I lost my, there he is. Send a broadcast to the team and have them execute it and reply back to you. It's not doing nothing now. Ah, interesting. Just discovered something. Hang on here. What's that? All right. Yeah, I see where the disconnect is between what you're doing and what I'm asking. So in a screenshot here, I can see that you're creating the director and two other agents. The director is not one of the team members. When the terminal's on the left side, those three should all be the team members. The director is the fourth person, but he's not part of a terminal on that side. He should be on the right side where the terminal's at. And also, I should be able to select what type of CLI I want to use, whether it's Claude, Codex, Gemini, doesn't matter for the director. And I should be able to select a model and also include some director type skills with him. The other thing is when I exit one, it's still not closing it. When I send a command, it's still not executing it. So please look into that. How you doing, Ruda? Good morning. I gotta figure out which one of these is my cached file. Wonder if that's it there. See if I can open that. Oh, that looks awesome. Look at that. So this is more of a log then. Definitely not a cache file. Okay. Yeah, wouldn't be that. That should be empty. Yep. These are all different types of logs. These are my bundles. You got the MSI, and then you just got the installer here. These are all my different builds. Okay. So it's cool when I release this. It gives me the executable here, but when I send it to you guys and you download it, you would get one of the bundles, and whether it's Mac, Linux, or Windows, um, it'll be an installer that you run, just like any other type of app. I cancel that, but that's how this works. It's using Visual Code. It's Visual Studio right here. There's a CMake compiler built into it that handles all that for me. So whenever we do a compile here, it'll actually, that's part of the process. I'm actually, I have no website for this. So when I do launch it, I want to make sure it's a nice, clean website for you guys to be able to get in, sign up, download it. So that whole process of me setting up the website, I want to live stream that and show you guys step by step on how I build websites. And I'm going to build the whole app within it. Um, and I think it'll be a good educational thing. And I'll show you guys exactly how I do it. And maybe we can learn something together with it. So I'm getting this to the point where it's usable and, and I feel safe enough to release it to you guys. And then after that, I'm going to go ahead and develop the whole website. You're welcome. Yeah, it'll be a whole new project. I'll start it from scratch. I'll show you exactly which hosting I have. I'm going to purchase a domain for it, the database I'm going to be using, um, each step, each prompt that I give it, the directions I take it, any of the fail safes, the security behind it, and also how I package the software to be downloadable and how I can track is downloading it, who owns it, and where it's at. So that way, you guys can follow the similar steps with your apps if you have any, if you ever decide to. That's just something that a lot of people don't show, and I think it's important to understand what it's like to get everything working, and especially in the back end. Like, I have a full saas here, and I can show it to you guys, but it really means nothing unless you understand the process on how I got here. And that I think that is the one of the most important things when it comes to vibe coding. You know, this was built 13 days ago. I haven't touched this in the last 3 days. And I'm hoping I could use my tool to make all that. That would be neat. So I could show off the tool at the same time I'm developing the website for it. That's my goal. If you guys are interested, I'm thinking. So I haven't decided yet, but there's two ways I go about it: a subscription based and do a tier lock type thing. That's one way. The other way is just a direct sell. Just you purchase the app and you own it forever. You get all the updates. That's probably more of the route I'm going to go and make it cheap enough and affordable for you guys. And then anytime there's an update, it'll get pushed out, and you guys can update the app if you want, and you'll have a lifetime view of it. Or I may do it like so many um, versions before I want before it's locked behind another price or something. I don't know. I haven't decided what I want to do with that yet. So there's only two because one of them is now the director, I believe. Yeah. So I got two idle and the director. And this should be the director right here, but it's showing that there's three and then number four. Roster, three members, and it's counting just these three. You got my coder, my auditor, my project manager, and the director as a shell. Why is the director a shell? I should be able to change it here. Okay, I got it running, and one of the issues I'm seeing is the director is considered as a shell. In the topology, I can see that there's three team members, a project manager, a coder, and a reviewer. And then I also have the director in a center. You can see that there's only two terminals that are actually running. Let me take a screenshot of this. What? Where'd all that go? Oh, I thought I was talking in there, but apparently not. All right. Okay, so looking at the screenshot here, I have the director selected. In the topology, I have three team members. One's a reviewer, one's an audit, one's a coder, and in the center is the director. On the left side, I have two terminals, and that is coder and auditor. That's the only two terminals. I don't know where the project manager is, and I don't know where the director is. I'm assuming the director is the right side there, but it's if I hover over the director in a topology, it just says he's on the shell. I don't have a way to select what CLI to pick from there. I don't see any way to change that. And still, when I exit a terminal, think of it as firing that coder or that auditor, whoever shell that is, and it needs to remove it from the topology. It's not doing that still. All right. This see, I'm using 4.7 Opus. It's supposed to be the best one out there, and even in 4.7 struggles with a lot of stuff. Sometimes I'll drop it to 4.6, which will figure out things more than 4.7 does. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, if you don't get it this time, I'm definitely going to be changing it here. I'll be right back. I'm back. So you don't need a project manager or an auditor. Um, oh, here we go. Let's see if it works. It did not kill it. So the coder and director still live, but everybody else is dead. Um, so my goal of this, so you know how you can use your clean, you can say, okay, Claude or okay, GPT, spin up some agents to do this task for me. It's technically like that, but here, what you're doing is telling your director or manager, here's your team. You have two coders, one auditor, one reviewer, whatever. So that way they can orchestrate your designs and your code a little bit smoother without having to always repeat the same things over. Like I need you to review the code, I need you to do quality assurance on it, I need you to do security checks on it. Now you have a team that'll automatically do it for you. Is this better? I don't know what. I'm not sure what the heck's going on with my mic today. Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me? Is this better? Oh, I thought you said Mike's way back. You said welcome back. I'm sorry. But anyways, that's the whole point of what I'm trying to build here. And you can have several different teams. If you want a team that does one thing, a team does another, and you can name your teams whatever you want. Think of it like you're the CEO of a company, software development company, and you're hiring developers, and they're going to run your app for you or develop your app for you. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the project manager is, I think, is important because they're the ones who facilitates on making sure that the work's getting done on a timely manner. They're also making sure that it's getting done right and meeting the client's goals, which in this case would be the director, and the director has to meet your goals as the user. So it's important to have that distinction in there. And you as a project manager should, I know you understand that more than anybody. That's an issue. Um, Now, if I pop this out, let me actually move this in a way that AI can distinguish what's going on here. There we go. Okay, I went ahead and created a new team. It created all three terminals, which is fine. It shows the three topologies there. But as you see the bottom terminal there, it's all scrambled. That's just a UI bug. When I pop it out and I pop it back in, as you can see in the second screenshot, it cleans that up. But it's like a refresh issue. I don't know what's going on, but that needs to be looked at. And then pop that back in. Now if I get rid of one, that's the other thing. So each terminal, I would like you to put a name on what they are. Like you have dev, you have project manager, you have reviewer. I need to know what each terminal's role is. It's not clear on what terminal is doing what. Are you serious? My other thing wasn't typed in there. So I sent you two screenshots. The first one is when I created a team, the bottom terminal to the left is showing it's blank where the letters are scrambled. And the second screenshot shows you how I fix it. I pop it out, then I pop it back in, the terminal itself, and it does a refresh on it, and it kind of gives it a cleaner look. So it's not auto refreshing when there's something wrong when it first goes into that scale. Okay, that's better. Now, if I select, there's my coder. So I got two coders. So I'm going to kill the first coder. And that drops him from there. Yep, that's good. And let's see if this is working. I need you to send a broadcast to your team. I'm just testing the broadcast, so I need them to reply back and respond back to you. See if this works. It did not work. Are you able to reply? Nothing. It's a razor. Oh, the orange one, the orb here, that's my built-in speech to text. Yeah, it's Parakeet, which is made by NVIDIA. So the third screenshot I'm showing you, I send directions to the director and it doesn't do nothing. And I had to click the little orange arrow there to send it. And when I hit enter, it doesn't do nothing. So that's an issue. That needs to be fixed. It's a little irritating bug. But now it's not broadcasting to any of the other um, agents. It's not broadcasting to the coder, one or two. Well, one of the coders is off because I exited it, so that's working. But the auditor and the coder two is not getting broadcast. Yeah, actually, Parakeet does work better than Whisper. Um, that's why I went ahead and picked that and installed or got that working. I got that working yesterday, early in the morning or a day before. Hang on one second. Hey Lego, how's it going? Yeah, yeah. When I'm done with it, you'll be able to. Yes, you'll be able to use their local models. That's the whole point of this. You bring your own AI to it, whatever AI you want to use, and I think you should be able to. You shouldn't have to be stuck paying a subscription or, choosing. I force you to choose what AI to use. I think you should be able to pick whatever AI you want to use, and that should work in this tool. I don't know if you heard me, Lego, but earlier I was telling everybody that I don't have a website yet for my app for you guys. So when I'm ready for me to launch it to you guys for to download, I'm going to actually build the web app from scratch live here from start to finish. So you guys get the whole view of what it's like for me to build that. Yeah, any AI LLM that's out there, I can't guarantee it's a smart AI. I mean, if you want to get like a little 1 billion parameter AI to run your code, I mean, sure, you could. I can't see why not. Good luck with it. It probably couldn't code its way out of a paper bag, but you surely can if you want to. You can try. In fact, after I get my bug fixed here, my issues, I'll go ahead and get that set up for you, installed on there next. Because I think Olama being on there is a nice thing to have. Not sure what that is. Manage agents. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I don't think I've ever used it. What do you do? How do you use it? Like sub agents? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, I saw that, but it's just not something I'm interested in. I don't need Claude reading my email or sending messages or anything like that. I just don't have a purpose for it. Some people do. I just don't. Or you tell it, hey, build me this app and walk away, and you come back the next day and it's already done. I don't know if I like that or not. I think there's a art to vibe coding and how it's done. And if you just let the app go YOLO by itself, I think you're going to end up getting a lot more errors and issues. What are outcomes? I don't know what that is either. It's so annoying. Doesn't need that. Now there's only one agent in there. These are showing idle. Oh my gosh. All right. It is time for me to switch back to Opus 4.6. 4.7 just not doing it for me. Okay, now when I open it, it just shows one terminal and a topology. And so I had to close both of those. Then I clicked on the team on top left, and that loaded. That loaded what you see in the screenshot there. The three terminals. You got two on top and one on the bottom, and it's layout. I have the topology there, and I have the director. What's missing is on my topology, I am not seeing the other linked agents. I only see the one green circle, which I believe is the coder. I don't see the other coder or the auditor. Okay, get that queued up. Let's see if it'll broadcast. Go ahead and broadcast to your agents and I just want to test the broadcasting mechanism and have them respond back to you. Hey, enter works in there. Nice. It's still idle, not doing nothing. All right, I gave it directions to the director, and he is not listening. He's not firing off the broadcast. He's not communicating with the other agents and the terminals. This is a missing link that needs to be corrected. All right, let's see if Opus 4.6 can solve it where 4.7 could not. And you're coming up with all sorts of neat things here I've never heard of. So Opus as advisor. Is that something else that's in here that I'm not seeing? And I haven't updated it in a while. That could be I could be missing a bunch of features that they came out with. Yeah, I don't have it there. I bet you it's a feature that I haven't updated yet. Let's see here. Okay. Configure the advisor tool to consult a stronger model for guidance at key moments during a task. Okay. I haven't used that. So it's a CLI thing. It's not a GUI thing. Radio. Listen to Claude FM. Lo-fi radio. Are you serious? Did you guys even see that that Tamagotchi pet that they have? I forgot. Is it called Pet? Um, yeah. What was it again? I forgot what it was. But yeah, they had a pet thing in there. Let's see here. Hang on. Let's see it. Yeah. By the way, I have used that before. It actually, I don't like it in the desktop here. Let me show you. So if I do that, it opens a separate side chat instead of interjecting into that chat. So I don't. That's one thing I don't like about it. So it's like a little sub agent is actually what it's doing. So I'll exit that. That's all it does. Even inside the CLI, it's just a little. It's a sub agent. Right back. Hey, Lego, or anybody else, if I set up the Discord for this and I make you guys like one of the main moderators, would you guys set up the rest of it? All right, let me do that real fast here. I'll send you guys the invite to it. Um, Add a server. Start from a template. Local community, maybe? I don't know. Artists and creators. Is that what I should pick? Artists and creators? Oh, you don't know if you want to moderate it? No, that's fine. I just need someone to set it up for me. I'll get it started. I just need someone to set it up for me. Create my own. For me, my friends, for club or community. And I'll call this Plyrium Forge. Create. Oh, I should have uploaded a tag there. How do I do that? Not there. How do I server settings? Yeah, here we go. I believe I have some good art here. There we go. Actually a good color. Let's make it like a darker color. Traits. Add 5 traits to show off your server's interests and personality. See, this is the stuff I'm not good at here. How did your server get started? I created a server for my community for all my viewers on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, so they have a place to gather together and share their ideas. This is all about vibe coding. There. All right. Definitely not a game. I don't think it needs to be a private server. Um, that's good enough for now. I can't message much. Oh no, you don't have to message. I'm not asking for that. I just need someone to set it up. I probably won't have time to message very much. I would love to come in here and hang out with you guys though. That's the whole point of it. Yeah. So how do I invite people? Invite to server. So did you send me? Which one are you? That one right there. Hang on here. No, that's okay. I'll invite you. I'll invite Smacky, Foxy, Dev, Eisen, one, Ella. There. Don't need those. Okay. That was when I was testing OpenClaw when it first came out. I had those in there. All right. So you guys are all invited. I just need to figure out how to make you guys moderators. Everyone's joining. That's awesome. Let me see. Create channel, server settings. Huh. Hope I brought pizza. Uh, so I got to add roles. Oh boy. Would that be in the server settings? Create channel, create event. Aha. I bet it's in here. Members, roles. Here we go. Yeah. Create a role. So unlock with boosting. So new role. I'll call this. What would be a good name for you guys? What role? I mean, this role is going to be someone who can create channels, edit, moderate, ban people who are abusing it, something like that. What would be a good name for that? What would your title be? I think moderator's just. Oh, I like that. Yeah, moderator's just too generic. Okay, so role color. What color you guys want to be? Can even do a custom color. Orange? Okay. Yep. I like that. Like a dark orange or a light orange. Orange is good though. All right. Display role members separately from online members. Yes. Allow anyone to at mention this role. Um, I'm going to say no because I don't want anybody abusing or spamming you guys. And view server as role. Oh boy, did I just break it? Oh, back to settings role. Okay, here we go. Whew, that scared me. What? It didn't save it. Oh my gosh. We'll do this again. This time I'll save it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. So view channels, manage channels. Um, Not going to manage roles. Create expressions. I think that'd be a cool ability. Manage expressions. View audit logs. Manage webhooks. Manage server. Um, Create invite. Allow members to invite new people. Definitely. Change nickname. Yep. And manage nicknames. Allow members to change the nicknames of other members. Yeah, I guess. Just don't abuse it. Kick, approve, reject. Yes. Ban members. Yes. Timeout members. Yes. So these are like my god tier role members here. They're my forgers. Send message and create post. Yes. 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 Embed links. Yes. Attach files. Yes. Don't abuse this, guys. Add reactions. Use external emojis, external stickers. Mention to everyone, that's important to have. Manage message, pin message, bypass message. The voice, create polls. Voice, so you connect, speak, video, use soundboard, external sounds. My goodness, how many permissions are there? Mute members, deafen members, move members, set to voice channel. Apps, use application command, use activities, use external apps, create events. So So we'll just leave it there. I think that's good. So we'll save those. Links, create linked role, and manage members. So this is where I get to add you guys. So, well, okay, so I'm not going to give it to everybody, just to let you know. This is just a role for my moderators. I will create user member roles, which are going to be a little bit different. And I'm going to create like new users and senior members and junior members, things like that. So this is just for my moderators. Do you still think it'll get abused? Because I don't know. It's a legitimate question. Okay. And so Lego, I'm gonna go ahead and invite you. Is this you right here? Is this your tag? I think it is, if I remember right. It's like gambling. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm gonna go and just add you for now, because if it does get abused, I know who to blame. Um, and if anybody else would like to be a moderator, let me know. And I'm going to create a members role, and I'm going to call this, oh boy, a 4G. You got a forger. Um, ooh, forger prime. I have an idea here. And the regular forger are my members. No. So there we go. So the forger primes are, and we'll make them like darker color. Well, I don't know. Make them green. I like that color. So display separate from online. No. Allow anyone to mention this role. No. Permissions. View channels. Allow members to view channels by default, excluding private channels. Yes. Allow members to create, edit, and delete channels. No. Manage roles. No. Create expressions. Allow members to add custom emoji, stickers, and sounds in the server. Yeah. I mean, as long as they don't abuse it. Manage expressions. To remove custom emojis. View audit. Manage webhooks. Manage server. Allow members to invite other people. I would say, yeah, I would love for you guys to invite more people. Um, Manage nickname. Allow members to change their own nickname, a custom name just for the server. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. No, no, no. Allow members to send messages in text channels and create posts in form channels. Yep. Send messages in threads and posts. Yep. Create public threads. Allow members to create threads that everyone in a channel can view. Yeah. Create private threads. Invite only. No. Embed links, attach files, add reaction. I'm going to say no for these for now. And if it's a real need, I'll turn them on. Yeah, don't need that. No, no, no. So I think this is good for a lot of members to connect. Yeah, I think you guys should be able to connect to voice if you want. Talking voice channels. If this permission is disabled, members have a default muted until someone. No, you guys can enable it. Allow members to share their video. No. Use soundboard. Allow members to use sounds. No. Mute members, deafen members, move members, set voice channel status. So yeah, we'll just leave it there for now. And how do I make it where anybody who comes in gets to share server as? Yeah, that would be all the new members. So how do I make it where Anybody who joins will automatically get this role. Or is it something that I have to go in every single time? Add. Okay. I guess we'll just manage it until we figure it out. That's awesome. You guys are green. Games is okay. That's cool. All right. Let's see where we're at with this thing. All right. We're going to, no, not new agent. What am I doing? New team, models. I need to keep my Discord up now so I can see what you guys are all saying. All right. So these are not refreshing. That's a bug. And I'll mark. When I first create a team, and I pick 3 teams, the one on the top right and the bottom are, I know it's a visual bug, but it's not displaying anything. Because if I open it and then close it, edit, oh, look at that. Oh, there it goes. It just took a minute. Wow. All right. I'm going to use my text to speech here. So go ahead and send a broadcast to all your members, and I want them to reply back to you. And I'm testing the flow of the broadcast, you sending messages to them. Well, I guess I had the wrong thing highlighted. Oh no, non-devs can definitely join. Yeah, anybody can join. Please, I would want anybody to join. Maybe it'll inspire them to want to be a dev. I'm okay with that. Could you broadcast to your team and have them reply back to you? Why is it going over there? What the? What the heck, man? Okay, that's orange. You know what? Testing 1 2. Hang on. Testing 1 2. That's the issue. It's my chat is only focused in this window, not in this. That's cool. Well, not cool. It sucks, but it's cool that I discovered that. All right, let's see here. Um, Another issue I ran into when I was using the speech to text directly in the director's box, it did not put it there. So the built-in speech to text is only focused on the terminals and the most recent highlighted one. If I use Whisper that's installed on my computer, that can go into the director one just fine. It's just an internal issue where I'm not able to focus on the director's text and do speech to text to it. All right, but I still need to test this function. Um, oh, I could do it here. Send a broadcast out to your team. I want to see if they get it, if it executes, and I want them to reply back to you. And let me see. How do I get the server link so I can send that out to everybody? Oh, here it is. I got it here. So if I send this to the chat here with you guys. That way anybody can join. There we go. And none of them got broadcast. Well, 4.6 is doing crappy too. I tested the broadcastability from directory to terminals. It's still not working. It really needs to, we need to get this figured out. So what I want you to do at this point, I need you to spin up some agents, do a full code review on how the whole Teams works between the director and the teams. I want to make sure everything's wired and connected. If I send a broadcast or if I send a message to the director, he needs to relay that to his team. And right now, it's not working. And once the team does get it, the team has to execute it. Like I'm pressing enter, after I text something or after I type a text, I press enter. It needs to automatically do that for me for each terminal it was sent to. Try that. Hey, welcome, Ibrahim, to the Discord channel there. And Lego, if you get too busy, or if you're not able to moderate, I understand. I get it. I'll get someone else that wouldn't mind doing it. I hate doing it. That's why I'm asking someone else to do it. And so I get it if you don't want to. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I don't need you to try your best. You take your time with it and you do it as part of your free time. Don't let it interrupt or ruin anything you're doing. Don't spend extra time on it. Is what I'm saying. I want to see what these agents are doing. There they go. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. That give me a second here. It'd be cool to create, have our own emojis and stickers for our members. I think that'd be awesome. I'll do this. All right, let me know if that works for you, Lego. I don't know if you guys heard or not, but yesterday when I opened this up for you guys to check out, yesterday for I think it was like for an hour. That 1 hour, I had two China bots come in, create accounts, and I had someone from Ireland come in and create an account. It happened so fast, and I had a bunch of web traffic from all over hit it. So luckily, I have guards in place that detects that, and it nukes them as they come in if it does get through. Cool, glad it works. Oh, that's okay. question. I found out that you're developing an AI. So there is LLM, a large language model, but what type of AI do you want to make? I'm not making an AI. I've made AIs. I actually have several of them, several different types of AIs from uh, a dense network, spiking network. I've done full neural networks with real um, neurons. Some that has over 186 compartments built into them. That's modeled off a real human neuron. I built the different types of neurons, and my biggest bottleneck is my hardware on the training. I can run them and I can do things with them, but when it comes to actually training them, I don't have the hardware for that. It takes so much just to be able to train them. So, but I built them because I wanted to understand them. I wanted to learn how they tick. So I've actually built all kinds of AI models. See if I could find them here. Yeah, so this is my projects folder, and here is my actual neurons. I got a spiking neuron in my bio here. I have my different types of um, logical neurons, I guess. And let's see here. Neuron sim, LMD. This is my liquid memory that I built. Um, this is one that I worked on. This is a small LLM that I worked on. But one, I actually designed my own transformer. Well, I didn't design the whole transformer. What I did, I replaced the attention layer with a hierarchical layer that I've designed. It was like for the back propagation gradient that gets sent back. I built a highway for the back propagation to write up because when you have an LLM, they have layers, right? Well, it's actually more like it's like a tower, and each layer is a depth. And the deeper it goes, the gradient starts to degrade. It starts to lose its ability to change the parameters. So I built the back propagation layer where it sends the information back for the training. That's where all the knobs get turned and adjusted. If you go if it's too narrow, and it's very deep, it doesn't work very good. So I rebuilt the attention layer where there's a highway that skips the layers it needs to, and only inject into the layers it has to just to make those knobs and turns. And that works really good. And I built that. That's what this is. I just by dabbling in it, I had to teach myself because I wanted to understand it. If I'm working with AI or anything I work with, I want to understand how it ticks for me to work with it. And I want to understand its um, all the pros and cons and what it's actually capable of doing. So believe it or not, any AI you pick, you say make me a dense neural network, it'll actually build it for you, and it builds it really good. Of course, it's based off of 2025 data, last year's, because that's what they're trained on. So you have to have it do some research for you for 2026, all the new changes and any like the mixture of experts, the MOE. That one is it's not a dense LLM. This is new technology that just came out recently. So the MOE, what it is, it'll only so whatever topic it's talking about, it'll only fire off that expert of that topic. versus the whole thing at once. It keeps it where it doesn't use as much processing power. That's what the MOE is supposed to do. So if you're talking about math, maybe it's this expert over here. If you're talking about biology, it could be this expert over here, and it only accesses that data instead of searching the whole model. So how you doing, Miguel? Hey, we just created a Discord. Scroll up a little bit, you'll see the link there. You're welcome to join, and it's a new community that I'm hoping to be able to get built for you guys to get together and discuss like-minded ideas. So what terminal access are you talking about? The one I'm building? Is that the one you're talking about, Miguel? What you making? Oh, cereal. Okay. Yeah, I can check right now. I'm liking it. Loving the way that you're organizing it. It's looking really good. Really appreciate your help on that. Yeah, that's I'm still working on that right now. In fact, I don't know if it finished or not. Hang on. So did they fix it? Are you guys done? Can I go ahead and open it now? Did you even build it? I don't know how long it's been sitting there. I was waiting for it to get done. Find it here. Is it my phone? Oh, yeah, it is. Hang on here. If UPS shows up at the box, you're not allowed to open it. That was Megan. Miguel, this is one you were talking about, right? Yeah, this is what I'm working on. I made a lot of changes to it. Um, exit you. No, I keep doing that. New team, projects, codex, team name. Call it Dev Team 2. Actually, I want you to be Claude. Run 3 agents again. Oh, so Forger is a normal role. I made Forger Prime as a mod role. Okay, that's still broken. Testing 1, 2, testing. It did not go in there. It did not focus in there. Send a broadcast to the other agents. Have them respawn back to you. How come this one is kind of bugged out? There it goes. Oh, this is making me mad. Why aren't you working? All right, new idea, brand new idea. Let's, I'm gonna see if freaking GPT can figure it out. Claude's being stupid about it. So I'm working on this project, and right now one of the issues that I'm having is I have my director that I'm supposed to be able to send a message to inside my team, and the director is supposed to broadcast out to the team members, and right now it is not doing that. It's just sitting there, and I need to find out why it's not broadcasting back out. If you can report back to me of your findings. Yeah, so when a person joins, I would like them to always have the forger role. Um, and later on we could have like roles for newly joined people, and then they could upgrade their membership based on how involved they are, things like that. um, there's ways to auto process all that, and I'll look into that. I've done it with my other channel, and it's just been so long since I've set one up, and it took me forever to set it up. That's this one right here. So this one, it has I have so many different things happening with this. Look at all these roles that I have. And, I got the hobby, different roles for different types of people. Let's see here. I have bots in here that does a lot of the stuff for me. Webhooks. If I come down here, here's the server logs. This tells me what's happening when, if there's any approvals. This is all my private. But yeah, I mean, I set one up before. I just hate doing it. I really do. Because I've already done it once. I don't want to do it again. I'm not sure where everybody went. They'll come and go as they need. I think he was talking about it for Discord. I think he was trying to tag some people with certain roles. I went ahead and tagged everybody with the that I saw with the forger role already. If that's what you're trying to do, I think there's a couple people I may have missed. I wonder what this means. Why does it do that? See this weird, funky text it's doing right here? So, I mostly use Claude, and I also have Codex now, but I hardly ever use Codex for any serious development. I'm trying it right now to see if it can debug something that Claude's been stuck with, and I'm going to see if it's able to do something that Claude can't do. What are your guys' experience on GPT versus Claude versus Gemini and the other ones? AI code. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that a tool, or are you talking about Open AI? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, Claude has always been my number one go-to when it comes to actual major programming. So here's all the findings it found. I like how it says most likely cause because it's not 100% sure. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right, go ahead and try fixing all those issues and let me know exactly what fixes you made, what changes you did, and go ahead and merge the commit and build the new package for me to test. Hey, Jeremiah. Yep, that's hey, Jeremiah, I'm with you on that. That's one reason why I got it is for the experimental part, and plus what I'm developing now, I think it'll help me understand how I can tie in other agents to it. Hey, Jeremiah, join my Discord. I just set it up. Oh, if you got the link or not, I'll send you the link here. You don't have to, but you can if you want. You can join. No pressure. There you go. And anybody else can join too if you want. Um, yeah, let's proceed. Yeah, we just set it up today. It's there's not much happening in it right now, but hopefully we'll get this community growing and we can have a little fun in it, do something with it, give you guys a place to hang out. How you doing, buddy? Huh? How you doing? Oh, oh gosh. You're gonna pull on my cord. Uh, no, no, no. You got it. Okay. Okay, come over here. Come over this side. This side. There you go. Come on. There you go. You're a good boy. Have you ever had a dog that gives hugs? This one likes to give hugs. Oh, thank you, Lego. Oh, that's very cool. Um, yeah, I don't. If you weren't here earlier, I sent the video to everyone. I really recommend them watching. And what you're building is exactly what I was talking about. Something that specializes in a certain market. It's a niche that's not saturated or doesn't have a lot of clones out there in it. And it's something you could tailor towards your market and specialize in it yourself. So, and I as long as you have the client base or the you in your area, if there's a need for the app, you would do really well. And why does it have to make? See, that bothers me. It should not have to make the version change in 20 different places. There should be a workspace package that you change a version in, and each one of these should pick up from that workspace automatically. Otherwise, you're chasing down where all the version edits are, where you can put it, and trying to remember where they're at. It's stupid. That's so funny. He removed this user effect chunk right here, which doesn't have much in it. It's just showing it just load teams if they're active, and this is an array here that it loads in with parameters inside of it or data inside of it. And but he went ahead and rewrote the whole thing. That's funny. That's what it should be. It should not be. It should not be exist until the first team's created. That's true. And this is the air catch right here. I was building it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a good announcement there. So yeah, when we're coming up to our release date, that'd be a good place to put it and where people can get it at. So if you just joined, right now the application that I'm building, I'm hoping to be releasing this week, in the middle of this week sometime. So before that, or after that, I'm sorry, before that, I want to live stream the entire process of me creating the website for it and how I start from scratch on building a website for something. So in this case, what I'm going to have is inside the application itself, which is the Plyrium Forge app, it's going to be able to uh, communicate with my server to see if there's any new updates. And if there is, it'll inside the app, it'll let you know that if there's an update and you're going to click the button to update it. So that's a process. Um, I'm going to build a place where a landing page people go to see what it's about, and if they're interested, they can sign up. Um, I'm probably going to have a. I'm not sure what my price is going to be yet. My pricing structure. What I'm leaning towards is a one-time fee and make it really reasonable and really affordable for everybody. And you get lifetime updates for it. But I was thinking, check this out, and I think it's a good marketing ploy. So every 24 hours before you sign up, I'll have it where this button it'll come available, and the first person that day who clicks it gets the app for free. And it resets between 24 and 48 hours. You just don't know exactly when it'll reset. I'll have it random, and when it resets, the next person that comes to it gets the app for free. And that way, make it where people keep coming back to the website trying to hope to get it for free. If not, you can pay for it. I think that's a genius idea that I thought of, and I want to do that. What do you guys think? Yeah, Jeremiah, you're right. It's definitely doing a lot of building here. It touched a lot of code, but we'll see if it actually fixes the problem. Though that's the thing. I don't know if I want to do the monthly thing. I don't think that's fair for you guys to have another subscription, have your card saved somewhere else. I don't think that's fair. Make it a one-time fee, and you guys purchase the app and you own it after that. No different than buying a game. Um, I like that model myself. I may end up screwing myself. Yeah, I mean, if I want to think about my pockets, sure, I want a subscription fee and I want $100 a month, right? But I also want to make sure that it gets popular enough where everybody wants to use it and make it worth your money. And you guys, if you like it, you'll pay for it. If you don't, you don't need it. But it will be tied to your account. So let's just say you purchase it, you download it, and you start using it. But you're like, this sucks. I want my money back. I'll offer you, I'll give you your money back. But the app will stop working after that. I'll definitely do that. I'll lock it down. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The website itself, I'll run it on some basic free tier server type stuff for to start with, and I'll sell the app for like 14.99 or something, $15, or 19.99, and that should be more than enough. As long as there's a lot of people going in and buying it and using it, it's definitely be worth it. And if it gets popular enough, I'll continue developing on it and making it like your guys' number one app you guys use for vibe coding. Oh no, I'm not sure my project become a hit at all. Not at all. Because so I'm touching a market that already has it's already been saturated. So there's already people out there doing the same thing I'm building. Um, I just I just have to build something a little bit different. What makes mine stand out versus theirs? So it's a little bit harder market to get into. So and there's people who are really good at marketing, and I'm not. And those people who are good at marketing will sell theirs faster than mine. Their product could suck, and mine could be the best, but that's not what it's about. It's about the marketing, their outreach. That's what really matters. Don't lick my face. No, don't lick my face. Even if I put it up and a few of you want to buy it and use it, I'll be happy with that. Make me feel better. What's it doing here? Actually, I do want those gone. Yep, merge it. Yeah, I could do that. Get myself God tier mode. Yeah, I already have it there. Yep, I'm good. Done. I want to remove a temporary director broadcast fixed work tree after. Well, I want to remove it. This is the merge, right? So he's talking about his work tree. So he wants me to remove the work tree. Yeah, I don't need it after it's merged. The commit's still there, so I still have a version before it, so that's fine. Yeah, if anybody works with AI, definitely use some type of version control that you can work with. Um, I use Git, but Microsoft Microsoft purchased Git, and it's been going downhill since they've owned it. So I'm sure there's going to be an alternative out there sometime soon. Uh, you want to delete the merge temporary branch? Yeah. All right. I hope this works. If GPT is able to get it before Claude, I'm going to be shocked. I gave Claude like 6 to 8 tries, even different versions of Claude from 4.7 and 4.6, and still could not fix this bug. Let's see if he can. Did he get it? Well, that's not the new one. Where's the new build? Is it building right now? Is it building right now? It doesn't look, I don't see any new versions yet. Did you build it? Yeah, they've been making a lot of changes to it though, screwing a lot of things up. There's been a lot of controversy with it, with GitHub. Oh, I see what you're, yeah, okay, you're right. Yes. Git is a separate entity from GitHub. GitHub is the web portal where Git can connect to. You're right about that. So yeah, it's okay to use Git, but I'm just saying like GitHub itself is a lot. There's a lot of controversy with that. There ain't no way this built that fast. Oh, I bet it only did the dev. No, the release bundle. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want the it's great you created the setup.exe and the MSI, but what I want is the preview and the dev built. I need those built. Uh, yeah, if you could do self-hosting, that's the way to do it. Or even have your like a your own internal server at your place. You know, I should get you guys some music or something, huh? That's quite loud. Let me turn that down. There you go. I'll be right back, guys. This will take forever. Should have built this with C++ instead of Rust. Hey, Lego's looking good so far, by the way. You're freaking doing amazing. Yeah, I'll check it. Yeah, let's see if I can do that. Yep, I'll get that for you. You don't have to worry about that right now. We'll get that all set up here. When I get off stream, I'll focus more on the Discord and get most of the stuff that you haven't done already all set up. So, what you've done already is freaking awesome. I appreciate it. And I'll go through and do a lot more stuff to it.
Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. Standing up tall. We gotta make it our own. No waiting around. Winners will never look down. No one can stop us. We got it. The future is right in our hands. Give it 100%. We're gonna take on the
Alrighty. I wonder, does Codex have a bypass mode? Do you guys know? I don't have to sit there and babysit it. Hey, Shashake, how you doing? Okay, let's see if that did it. Came just in time, Shashake. That don't look right. Let's see if the release is built though. That's what matters. Why did they put the dev in there? What the heck? Wow. Okay, that's not what I'm expecting. It's way different. I think it's a cache savings that I need to put on my end. All right. So let's spawn a new team. Let's pick the folder. Really? Can I put it here? Okay, put it close to it. Okay. Move back to full. Oh, it's like the whole thing's gonna get down. Okay, what if I switch it? There it goes. Back to codecs. There it goes. That was weird. Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah, I'll check here in a minute. So I got 2 coders in an auditor. That's what I should see here. So 2 coders in an auditor. Got my director. Okay, good. All right. Did a broadcast to all the coders, and I want them to just reply back to you, and then I want you to let me know. I'm just testing the broadcast functionality. Yep. I would say that GPT did just a crappy job spot there. All right. Okay, I went ahead and let ChatGPT give it a go at it because you weren't doing very good on fixing the issue. But he didn't do a good job either. So I'm going to go back to you to see if I'm going to give you another chance to try resolving that issue. Right now, I need to be able to broadcast from the director, and the director needs to broadcast to the team. The team is each terminal in there. And right now, as the screenshot will show you, when I first load up the app or create a new team, all the terminals are showing blank. I have to switch the agents and put it back for it to actually show anything. It's kind of weird. So it's a visual bug. But I really need you to do a deep dive into this and find out what the issue is and get this resolved. Let's put it back up. Not that. All right. Yeah, I didn't give GPT enough chances. I gave Claude like 5 or 6. GPT 1. I'm sure it could have figured it out. But one thing I hate about using the terminal, I can't copy and paste the text messages. Or not text, images, screenshots. Do they have like a desktop app like Claude does? I haven't looked at it yet. Okay, I'll have to download that. Sorry. Yeah, if I get some of these features done today, tomorrow, if everything goes well, I'll go ahead and start my string building a web app from scratch. So I have a place to launch my product here for you guys. But I really need to get this issue fixed. It's been holding me up most of the morning so far. This is what I do offline when you guys aren't watching, is mostly a lot of the tedious bug fixes. And once I get past that, I can actually start focusing more on the features. And that's what I really like to show off, is all the new features and the faster development. This kind of stuff is just slow, and it's not fun for you guys. And I want to get back to where I was using my app to develop itself like I was earlier. But right now, I'm just not comfortable doing that until I get these issues fixed. Problem is, I have better token savings inside my app than I do in this desktop. And it's just like, it's just tearing through my weekly budget just using just this. With the other one, with my desktop app, with my budget set by token savings algorithm, I could use it, so I could use a lot more agents for a lot less than what one of these cost me. I did. I checked it. You know what I should do? I know Steam does it. They allow their developers to do it, but regional pricings. So if when I do develop this, I could do regional pricings for your guys' country and make it where it's fair for your economy. I love it when companies do that, and I'll see if I can figure out how I can do that for you guys. For if you're, no matter what country you're in, I know some are. It's harder for some people to buy those really, like, $80 apps and things like that. But I'll look into that and see what I can do. I'll see how Steam does it and what I can set up. I'm going to use Stripe as my payment processor. And I'll see if there's an ability in there that can do a good conversion. That's something I need to look into. Yeah. I don't know what UPI is. What is that? I'll look it up right now. Hang on. Looks like a news site. Uppy? Is that it? Is this what you're talking about? Or is that the name of your dollar, your denomination? Yuppie. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, so it's like uh, Zillow, but it's or what's the other one? Cash App and all those other ones, right? You can send payments from direct payments from one person to another through your mobile device and things like that. I'll look into it. And you know what? Let me check something here. So good news. So I use Stripe, like I said, for the payment processing, and it does look like they do accept UP as part of their one of their payment methods. So that'll be awesome for you guys. I'll see if I get all that set up. I wonder how much damage Codex actually did, because he's been running for a while now. Look at all these coaches. Editing the roles. Take dispatch. Let's take a verbose look at this. This is gonna be good. Look how long my context is. Each one of these is a million contexts. That's wild. Yeah, every time this resets, it'll make a new thing there. Yeah, doesn't that change the AI model though? Because when you use the fast mode, it's a smaller version of Claude, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought it was. They're about ready to compile it. Okay. Oh, it was actually in the rules that was causing the issue.
Bag, bring it back, do it clean, clean, clean. Smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, lean, lean. Fuck a bang, bring it back, do it clean, clean. Smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, lean. Fuck a chill, pop a pill, make a scene, scene. Sticky racks, sunny bands, out my jeans, jeans, jeans. Phones chillin', walk through must get dizzy. I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like a money. Yo, bitch with me, nah, boy, she ain't missing. Hola, who you dissing? I say, hola, capo, please, bang, bang, bang. Bring it back, do it clean, clean, clean. Smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, lean, lean. Fuck a
I
chill,
wish I
bring
could
it
view the
back, do it
shell,
clean,
what it's
clean,
doing
clean.
right
Smoke a
here.
sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, lean, lean. Fuck a bang, bring it back, do it clean, clean. Smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, lean.
Oh,
Fuck
yeah,
a
like
chill,
that.
pop a pill, make
How
a
can that
scene,
one do it?
scene. Sticky racks, sunny bands, out my jeans, jeans, jeans. Phones chillin', walk through must get dizzy. I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like a money. Yo, bitch with me, nah, boy, she ain't missing. Hola, who you dissing? I say,
No,
hola,
I
capo,
did not.
please,
I'm
bang,
actually working
bang.
right now. Remotely. That's what I do. Of course, that takes priority. So anything that comes up or anything I take care of, I jump off and take care of that. Yeah. Maybe someday, eventually, if I reach my goal, I'll definitely retire and continue doing development. I love doing this. Okay. Include it. Let's see. Oh, did I tell it 5? Whoops. That's okay. That'll work. And these loaded nice and clean. That's good. Good. I like the idea of being able to change the layout, best optimization that you can. Yeah, kind of. You gotta really brute force your code when you're doing any development. See if you can break it. And then fix, because if you're not gonna do it, a user will. And it's gonna be a bad experience. Go ahead and broadcast out to your team and just I want to test the broadcasting mechanism and see if it's working. Send them a message and have them reply back to you and then report back to me. Well, this definitely wasn't a skill issue then. Something else. Yeah, as you can see the screenshot, I sent the director a message and told him to broadcast out. As you can see in the terminals, none of them got the message. Nothing's working. Really need to debug this and figure out what's going on. And the whole point of this is the director is the terminal itself that needs to send a command to the other terminals, and then those other terminals need to execute that command and then report back to the director. It's a simple flow. It's just not linked up. Something is misfiring, or the tools aren't being used, and we really need to find out what the cause of it is. Have Claude write a prompt for Claude. I should have GPT write a prompt for Claude. That would be hilarious. I'll get that started. That would be so funny. Okay, for this issue, it didn't solve it. So what I want you to do is I want you to create a very complex prompt for Claude to be able to diagnose this issue and every part of it to find out exactly where the disconnect is, why we're not getting the director communicating or broadcasting to his team. So if you could create a perfect prompt for me, I would appreciate that. Thank you. See how well that works. Like, listen here, dummy. This is how we're going to do it. I've done this before. I'm like, okay, I'm working with this other agent who's not doing its job very good. Can you create this perfect prompt for me? And it's like, sure. And it did it. And I'm like, okay, you're the agent I was talking about. Now that you know what the prompt is, I want you to execute that prompt. So I made a prompt as himself. It's even throwing in restraints. That's hilarious. I don't even do that. It's slow on the stream today. Yesterday, probably because of the weekend. Man, we had almost 80 people at one time join in, viewing at once. That was impressive. For me, it was. And you know, my stream total got 2.6 or yeah, almost 2.7 something thousand views. I was like, what? That's pretty wild. Yeah, so 2.7 thousand views and got 183 subscribers so far. I was happy with that. Yeah, it even shows you like my first one, like it just grows like okay, 2.9 kb. Where's that? That wow, that just blew my mind. Yeah, I know. I know you were. That was awesome. Definitely stream more on the weekends. But like I said, I'm gonna do this every day. All right, so he's done. He's running some workers. So as soon as he's done, I'll test it. If it still fails, I'll throw this down. I'll be right back.
Not a single one of my so-called friends has thanked me for feeling sorry for myself. That's one of three things I've learned this week. Forever and ever lasted a full 5 minutes and not a second longer. I've got arthritis in my fingers. I've got a tip from Manchanugu. Sex and self-help sells. Black magic juju. We practice voodoo spells.
Did it finish? Oh, what the heck is going on here? I don't know how many it spawned, but it is lagging. That is not cool. Okay, when I first opened it, all these windows were open. I'm not sure where it's getting the duplicates from or why all these terminals are open. There should be zero terminals open until I create the team, and then only the team should be cached in every time I reload. But right now, all these terminals are open, and it's not even part of the team yet. So I don't know where these are coming from, but they do not need a load, and there's a caching issue. And I also got a nice little prompt for you. Hold on. Now I'm going to send him that prompt. I got to copy all this again. Whoops. That's where he's diagnosing it at. Well, it's got bugs. But other than that, it's looking a lot better than what it did. And so right now, I just took a screenshot of this because right now it's spawning too many terminals right now, and I don't know why. So we're gonna fix that. And the other thing is, I need to find out what the heck ate them resources. My 15 clods. That's my desktop. Where are these coming from? I wonder every time it spawns a clod if it's not closing it. Because I know this one, well, I don't know. I don't see how that's causing. Maybe. Oh, that's an issue. So, I wonder what's running these. Usually when you see nodes like this, that is processes that are running in the background that are spawned in by agents. So I found out I can't do it there. Create a session here. So I got these nodes that are running, these node.exes. I need to find out who's running them, and are they backend processes from a Claude background process. Because I'll kill them if they're not being used. I don't use Node.js in my app, so I don't know where it's coming from. The only thing I think of is backend processes here and here. So guys, I'm going to go ahead and log off for now. I'll probably be back on this evening. I'm going to get this resolved, focus harder on this, and see if I can get this fixed. You guys shouldn't have to stick around for this. It's kind of boring. But once I get past this, I'll start to stream again, and we can work more on the features and get it closer to virtual put up. So I'll be back on this evening. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.